Turn my camera on. 1 second. Got to aim my camera too, for that matter. All right. Nice. Just watching marbles, and also fired ball who managed to never find the waifu on any of the trips. One job. He didn't do it. Might have been trying to win at some point. That's not the goal here. I'm not finding the waifu, you know, in the game. Just wouldn't be my ball, you know? Hey, Fox. Thanks for the tab. Good luck with the marbles. Close all that crap. Tell everybody that I'm streaming. The usual stuff. Wow. Set up the YouTube one, honestly. Twitch is pretty easy. Do anything. Just start. So nice. Meanwhile, the other one's like, do this and this and this and one of these and 12 those. And I'm not streaming to Rumble instead of it. Questions. So many questions. I didn't even open the Discord yet. Excellent. Really, I've not had enough caffeine. I don't think there's ever enough caffeine. Maybe. I haven't achieved it yet. For all of civilization, you know, all of time and space and everything meets. We've achieved perfect caffeine nirvana. Right. And that. And gold. Sort of gold. From the dashboard, and I need to restream chat so I can pretend like I read everything. No. Imagine a world where I don't read every single thing. What would even be the point of streaming? So many questions. I left a mess when I was messing with this, looks like. I think I was looking at these as a potential replacement for these crap ones. I don't like this. I don't need this stuff in machine thingies. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, where did it go? I moved it in here temporarily. That's fair. Okay, these smoke thingies make it hard to click on stuff. So eventually they expand out just far enough with invisible particles that you can't click anything. I feel like I'm rescuing items from the smoke. From this god-awful map mesh. I get that it has to recalculate every single time, but only had a way to turn that off while still leaving the nav meshes where they're at. I wonder if that is an option. Maybe. Maybe. This went somewhere on here, I think. Did it? I don't know. I mean, technically both bars were there. Unless there was one above the keys. Might have been. It's pretty cool. If there was one above the keys, I don't know if I want it there necessarily. Yeah, maybe there was. Sure. This must have been done separately or something, and that's why it was living its best life somewhere else. I guess I can leave the piano where it is. I don't know if it's going to be... What am I going to do with it yet? What is this? Oh, this was like the boss fight. But there's not going to be a boss fight in here, so... I guess there's need to be one. You know, down some sound effects. I should have bought those other ones on the sale because they were like 99 cents and it wouldn't have been any real amount of money to worry about. Do I even want this here? I don't think I do. Kind of distracts from the weird little coat thingy for no apparent reason. I don't want to check. I want to see if this finally fixed this problem here because it's been driving me nuts for the tour. This key should now work in theory. Hit the play button. I was like, oh, let's click play, and then I turn something on real fast, and then do random things. I get the key. That's nice. Does it work? What the hell is wrong with this key? Is it because it has an exclamation on it? An apostrophe on it? Can't imagine that because it's just it's a string, so it shouldn't be really care, right? Say Patrick key, maybe that'll work better. Makes no sense why this one key and this one door seem to have problems. Unless it's literally that it can't stand that one thing. It should be comparing against that, so it shouldn't be a thing. Now I have the key. Let me delete the old save file real fast. Hey 2D bird, how's it going? Maybe this actually works this time. This key knows what it did. Probably this door knows what it did. Right now I'd want it on this side. Oh, it's on both sides. So the top one's gotta be Patrick's thing there. The bottom one, I guess. Be gone, foul door. I don't know how that can be messed up, but I will solve this mystery here. Do this here. And then open up Poppet. How's your day or night going? Whatever it is, I don't even know if it's day or night for me at this point. Enter system. I just close half these other tabs. Understand anything you set up wrong here? Temporary effects. I literally made her temporarily immune to the darkness so I could look at a different map. Then logged off for the night. But thankfully I managed to figure this out before I spent a bunch of time playing, in like half an hour figuring out why I did that. What happened? Yeah. So it should be, do I have this? Well, first off, item collected effects. Oh wait. Should tell me what I need to know there. And then there's a do I have this? Which is pretty important because it basically does exactly what you'd expect. Let me know if Poppet has something. I'm gonna laugh over in Fox's stream because my they were playing marbles and I played a few rounds and pretty much explained that my ball would do amazing until it got distracted by a waifu, and that's what happened every time. It would just sit there off somewhere. Oh, racing, winning, then boom, and just stops, and waifus everywhere. There's no hope. Waifu marble got him. Drink a whole bunch to wake up. I didn't see any messages about having any of that, by the way. It open. Well, clearly I got it. Where were the messages saying I had it? I don't think I disabled screen messages, right? Did I? They're supposedly all enabled. I did this part. Is it different code that handles these things? I can't imagine it would be. Oh, have key. Didn't I just have to use do I have this? Wait a minute. Oh, what? Wait. I put it under tarot cards. Smart. It should just be item collected then, not this, well, the collectible should run that. The door should just use, do I have this? The same one for everything. We don't need extra crap. I guess it's under the dialogue thingy, but whatever. Having it multiple places seems kind of dumb. Or key. Yeah, it was just mistakes on my part. Every mistake possible was made this morning. Happens. Put everything on the interactable thing instead of having it on the dialogue thing. Patrick trim key, sure. Yep. Boing, boing. Double check, make sure that's even working. Okay. I was ahead and checked my mic, and there was one day where I actually talked for like an hour or something, I think, and then people, someone came and was like, your mic's not working. I'm like, oh, that one's upside down. It's adorable. Okay. Seems to work. I don't need the key check anymore. Let's get rid of that one so it's one less thing to worry about. At some point I need to remove extra crap that's just kind of in the way. You know, really streamline things so I don't try to have this problem of too many different things that do exactly the same thing. Actually, that's the one I want. Do I have this is on there? I could rename this to Interact. The problem is the Interact one has also got a bunch of crap on it, and I think it's because Poppet's using it. And you're from Poppet's thing, you don't have to work. They're like over 1,600 blueprints in the project. Nice. Not all of them are part of the project. Some are just in asset packs and everything like that. And so I'll eventually delete them all. I won't need them, but that's because everything with that has it. But I think that only oh, there's the gazebo doors and toy prison. Makes sense. There's a gazebo door as well. Not that I'm gonna let you open the gazebo doors, but sure. I don't think it's used anywhere else. Just those two, and then like Poppet has a thingy. Well, once that's been done, can I delete it now? Okay, that makes math a little easier. There might have been something faulty with that one, and I just didn't know. I didn't bother to look at it before I deleted it, so it doesn't really matter. I think I copy pasted this. So there's never any. Well, actually, no. Maybe I will use this because there might be upgrades that I'll put in here and check if you've already gotten the upgrade. Because everything just calls back to Poppet, and then she just saves a bunch of strings for what she's actually collected throughout the game. And this way, I just despawn anything she's already collected. So it just shows up, collects it, and despawns, and life is good. Life is good indeed. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh. While I'm at it, since it's early in the stream and I thought about it, put the Discord join up. Might as well. Discord. And that's at the top of both. Like a soul. I will say this much for YouTube. At the very least, it's gotten me some amount of people to join the Discord. Kind of about all it's really done, but they do that. All right, so that works. And then I think I was also planning out where things going with my storyboard here, where I was going to put every single thing. Because why not, right? I'm not sure if I want to put story in every room or not. I don't think I do. I think Poppet might make remarks about thing, maybe, and even then, maybe not. Oh, I should make one for save points. Which color am I not using? Boring white? Boring white being used anywhere? NPCs? Oh. Actually, there's a brown. There's a Poppet box here. I almost don't know if I need a second Poppet box right there. Maybe I'll put it in the toy maze instead of in the magician room. I was going to put a key in here. You get it from Inca. But maybe I'll put a jumping puzzle for that. We'll think about that one. I think I'm gonna move this the Poppet box out of that room to maybe the toy maze. I don't think it needs to be there in general, honestly. Because there's one in the first room, and then there's one like 3 rooms later. I don't want that box there. As I start to lay out the location of all the stuff, I start to realize how quickly stuff is handed out, and I just don't think I need it that often. I mean, it makes sense to have one here, but it should probably be no more than every 4 or 5 rooms. And because this one here not only lets you save before all these instant kill points here, but it also lets you save right before Patrick as well, so you're not having to redo a bunch. But this one here, I mean, the box is right here. This is just excessive. So it doesn't need to be here. Gives me more space to play with. There's a save point over here, but you can easily run through this room and underneath here. So that save point is just very well placed. Also, you can save through any of the paintings, so technically this is like a double save room, but you gotta start somewhere, so it's fine. Plus going to the painting world just to save is kind of ridiculous. And then, do I need one in this room too, for that matter? They do heal you, so that is notable. Or a free sanity upgrade. I almost think it should be on the ground if I'm going to have one here. I might want to put them all on the ground. They're easily accessible. Again, though, you're not that far from a save point. I mean, you could just run from here through these rooms back if you happen to die. But this room has a painting in it too, and paintings can act as save points, but I don't think I really want you to have to bounce over just to get that. This one's got one right over there, so you don't really need a save point that often. I guess this is pretty central for these rooms. This room, I mean, you're pretty close to all these rooms with this one. Admittedly, there's one right here too. And there's a lot of save points. Just in hindsight, it's a lot of save points. This will take you probably a while to get to this room. Obviously, this is here because the final boss. Oh, so the level is right here. So, you know, I want to be nice, and you're going to redo the fight. It's going to be right over nearby. That's okay. These rooms take a while, though. That's notable. I don't know if I like this save point much. Also, I don't like it in the smoke anyway, so it's got to be moved. Having that under a table is a thing. Move it temporarily just so I can grab this, probably. Is that possible? I need the player start if I do that. I don't seem to click. That player start. I guess just clicks the box first, sure. Apparently clicking the Charlotte trap is very easy due to the smoke. Sure. I guess I could set up here. Could also be in the storage room or something. That's a pretty awkward location for it. Yeah, I don't think you necessarily need it. You really don't have that far. I guess you have to run through like you have to run through 2 rooms to get back to here to try again. It's not that far. Kind of boring. I do like having this dangerous area to play in. If I was going to put it anywhere, I'd probably put it on the ground. Kind of like having the table there to run under, but I guess you could get rid of the tables for that matter too. I do need a lamp somewhere if I'm going to do that. Or the Poppet box can also be nearby here. Like I could put the Poppet box down here. I mean, it would serve as kind of a thingy for a lot of places. I don't want to be that guy where I hide the thing. That's pretty good. Probably better. I don't like that you have to jump up to get to the poppet box. I think if I'm going to introduce instant kills in an area, it should probably have a save just to be nice the first time. Not any other time, but you know, that first time you see instant kills. But it might not be introduced in this room. The Magician room kind of already has one, but might get taken out. These Charlotte traps suck. I mean, they're awesome in how they look, but they suck in how they act. Or things like this. Probably better layout, actually. This. I might turn the particles up. The thing is, I want to be able to see the particles if it's replacing them. So they basically act like a smoke screen. So I can hide some thingy behind there and you don't know. Well, that's ominous looking. That's actually kind of cool. I kind of like this because you don't even know if you're supposed to run behind them or not. You can sneak by her though. Hmm. It's almost just too long. It's a little weird when you come out of the pipe. I kind of like that idea. To kind of hide that there. I don't want to completely hide it though. I want people to maybe see it a bit. This way it's not too bad. Part of me wants to set up the rules of each of these to be exactly the same size. Even though it does kind of limit where they could go. I could just tell people don't stay in the mist, you know? Or don't get too close to the darkness or something. Let me make a new kind of sign too, for that matter. Yeah. Change your name from Violet. Problem is that Violet's already kind of uses a color in there, so calling her Violet's almost confusing. I guess her name doesn't have to be Violet. I kind of like the name Violet, though. I was saying I watched Arcane, and now Violet's like a weird beat stick, and it's not the same. What else could her name be? Victorian girl names. I'll say, I wonder if where I got these from. No. Phoebe's a name from back then? That's weird. Beatrice, Elizabeth. Lily could be a name, I guess. Flora. Lydia. Daisy. Julia might be okay. Gonna make a short list of maybes. Means youthful or Skyfather? Why would Julia mean Skyfather? I have questions. Sophia. I like Sophia. Coraline doesn't seem like this type of character. Abigail, again, not really. Not feeling some of these. I've already used some of these names too, so some sound good, but I already used it, so I can't use it again. I could, but it would be awkward. Lena, maybe. But I have let me figure this out here. I got world information I could pull up and see what I wrote about her. Probably Juliana. The real name anyway. Fine. Well, I kind of wanted her to be using a secret name, which is why I picked that instead of Juliana. Sarah's okay, I suppose. Victoria. I think I'm using a Victoria. Miriam, usually, yeah. I'll just remember from Bloodstained from this point on. Miriam will always be from Bloodstained, so it's kind of a... Can't use Annie, can't use Ace. It's kind of a thing in my head. Maria's okay, I suppose. Half these female names seem like... I don't know, there's something about them that just doesn't quite jive with the character, but at the same time, I only kind of care. Juliana also means youthful Skyfather? What in the world? Kitty is a name from back then? What the? You learn something new every day, right? Maybe I'll just name her Maria. Or just leave her first name there and she just got rid of her last name. Kind of a weird way to go into hiding if you keep your first name, but... I'm just trying to come up with the first name for the character that Poppet's looking for, since the other first name just has the same color as... Oh, it means the same as the color that Charlotte's using. This seems so confusing otherwise. But I'll scroll through all these and then I'll just pick one. Probably have a list of ones that I've been selecting that seem like the best for this character, I suppose. Anis? A weird name. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Trifina. Okay, I hate that one more. But some names I just kind of hate. Alright, so... I think Clarissa's out because it just doesn't sound Victorian. Julia... Oh, Juliana's her name. I guess Julia could be... That makes sense. If she just shortened her name to sound less proper. Sure. Your name? The model's not finalized anyway. I'm sure I'll end up redoing it. A different name. I'm not going to rename every single instance. I just was going to rename the directories. Good enough. State our character sheet. Because I do, in fact, keep character sheets of things. Of people with stories. Not a lot of stories for some characters, but whenever I feel the need to write an incident of how things are going, you know, I just kind of do things. I don't think there's going to be enemies in this room. I think there's going to be a trap room. There could be enemies, I guess. I really wonder if people will complain that this is inconsistent on where she hits, right? Like, should I really be able to change this thing here? I mean, I guess it's useful for putting it in odd places like under tables and stuff, but I really don't think it should work like that. I think it should actually probably be the same size. For all of them. At least for this trap. Yeah, I think I'll just make them either all bigger or I'll just, you know, call it as it is. Maybe I'll make them all slightly bigger. Or maybe I'll leave them the same amount. I'm deciding it. Well, important to test is an instant kill, so I want it to be pretty obvious that you're, you know, in danger. No, I'm gonna go with the smaller one. I'm just thinking about it, just it seemed like a good size. Let's just make it consistent. I'm gonna put something up here too. Cancel. Let's update the redirectors here real fast so it stops doing whatever it's doing. Why can't you save? Reboot real fast. Just in case, like, renaming things in Unreal is always a dicey proposition. You should never do it. Remote reboot. Do the thing. Night night. Night night. Night night. I wonder if I should start streaming a little later. I'm going to question that because it seems like people really don't show up much for the first couple hours. And the bulk of the people tend to show up later on. Question mark? It would mean I could stream a couple hours into the morning longer. I always can try to stream 8+ hours every day. Starting at 10:30 means that 12 p.m. means that I kind of have to kick off, you know, probably around 6:30 in the morning a lot of days. Is not the most ideal. Should probably cook all the shaders or something like that, or cook all the content. Not on stream because it's boring. You just sit there and watch it for like 400 years. Well, it figures itself out. All right. Sweet. Well, it's gonna work on my stuff anyway. Did it not save? I made a Poppet box. Find another one too for we'll just make one called extra info. And this is just going to be like collectibles or I guess things to note. Well, it would just be all collectibles at that point. Sure, that one's fine. Extra info or collectibles. If there's any extra info. Maybe a room description too, for that matter. I could also write that in the top thing too, for that matter too, for where everything was. Collectible. Not one in this room anyway. There's no collectibles in there. Probably put a collectible in here. Maybe. I don't know what yet, but I have one here. This is also showing me how frequent some of these things are. These are pretty frequent. I gotta hide a memory out here. No. I plan on hiding one outside of Patrick's room. And up here too, just to kind of introduce them. I might not put the instant death thingy in here. That might be too much for this room. It's already got a lot going on in it. And I don't really want to explain new things beyond that level here, so that might not be a thing. Alright, so the magician room has a collectible. I'll just use the same thing for all the collectibles. Well, no. Well, let's call them memories instead. It's better. I guess we're gonna have them called memories. You know, I don't know. This one, actually, never mind, this will be a collectible. I just want to color them differently so I have a good idea of what's going on with them. I guess that looks different. I don't know what I'm going to put in there yet, but these are going to be like major collectibles as opposed to, you know, just, oh, look, there's coins or whatever. I don't care about that. Just in case. Maybe I just have extra info, so I kind of want to have all the memories separated out too, so. But I guess they don't have to actually be on the, they're not really in an order that things are supposed to be done. So I guess they're actually just kind of extras in the room. Thinking about it. It's there, but so what? That's probably fair. Isn't this inside the thingy? Oh, wonderful. I guess the comment boxes can't actually be like that. When you copy paste them, it doesn't maintain that. That's all. Yeah, let's put the collectible in here. And not on the chain. I don't know what, but I guess I'll put something there. I want something in every room to do. These are just passing back through the room to get to a different area. So I just kind of have it marked in case there's some story thing or something involved with it, but I don't have anything specifically planned for that. I mean, this is a toy maze key, so that's where you go back in there. There's combat and a jumping puzzle in there. Not necessarily in that order, but I mean, I'm not going to put combat, jumping puzzle just over and over. It's going to be weird to do that. I think the next memory I have is set. Where are they going to be? Do I have one in here? Maybe. I think I do. It's up here. Yeah. The toy maze is basically I could fit lots in the toy maze. And there's going to be a collectible in here because it's a toy maze. There'll be a lot of reason to go everywhere if you want to, but don't gotta. Right, this room is just stacked. Just stacked. Right, so putting the memories right there. There's one there. I think Patrick's room will have one. I could put one in the Safari room. That'd make a lot of sense. That room's nice and big. Patrick's room has one after the boss fight. I'm just going to go ahead and space this way out. I don't really plan to have any story in there, though I might put some kind of comments in there. That could make sense. Those are always optional, so put it down here. Where else did I hide one? This is one outside of Patrick's window out here. There. I don't know how many are going to be in the game. I mean, technically there's no real space limit on these anyway. I'm going to put one somewhere around here. I guess I should grab a memory and drop it so I know exactly where everything's going. It's a great spot. Don't care about anything else besides these areas here. Am I putting one in the... I mean, there's so much space in here. I can easily have one in here too, for that matter. These rooms are so big. I gotta remember that having more than one collectible in them isn't a bad thing. Because there's so much space to play with. And there's 2 keys in here, so... Oh, I know where I'm putting one. At the perfect spot. Right here. It's like a little maze to get to it. Just flashed a message at me. Discord. That's what Twitch did, and I was like, oh, okay. Like, oh, you should give to sub. I decided to expand it randomly on me, and then, you know, shrink it again. I'm like, so who? I might make something where, you know, if people watch enough, they get one. I could see that. I totally see that. All right, so... Well, the first chapter goes on a little bit. It's going to end right here with the boss fight. Chapel in the library. You don't do anything in Toy Maze 2, it's just a mark that you're running back towards the chapel. Patrick's room is just going to be a boss fight. I guess maybe some story might happen. Maybe, I don't know. I'm going to put the marker on there just in case. But I don't think it's going to be too important there. I usually replace the first node with it. It's just me mind mapping everything. Make life a little easier for me later. You're not going to do anything in the waiting room too, imagine. It's just to wait. You're most certainly doing something in there. You have to get Patrick's key. The back of jumping puzzle and Patrick's key. If you can't just run through the room, I'll mark that you can't just run through the room. That's pretty much what's happening here. You actually have to go do something. Honestly, I could probably get rid of the first node anyway on all these ones, and it wouldn't really matter. Like, I don't need a print string if it's not part of anything. I think it makes it behave a little better with what it does. So here's where you get Patrick's key. You can't do the jumping puzzle on the first trip through here. When you do there is a jumping puzzle, get the second one there. There is a, after Patrick, you can do a jumping puzzle. Technically, you could probably do it before Patrick, I suppose. If the memories don't pan out, I'll just replace them with like audio logs or something. A memory might also just be an audio log, who knows? Just random weird places for things. Or notebooks or something. Basically lore. I should just make it a lore thingy. Or which kind of lore I don't know it'll be. Possibly I'll sneak in some other stuff as I go. Still have a jumping puzzle in it. Maybe even a bit of story because it looks different. So I'm sure this could just be Poppet commenting on stuff. Because I'm sure she'll talk to herself quite a bit. Because if you're going to be crazy, you might as well talk to yourself, right? That's kind of that. A lot of rooms are going to have jumping puzzles necessarily. I mean, kind of. Well, that's not necessary. A lot of them have jumping puzzles. It's almost an unnecessary thing to write. I'm not sure about the painting world having jumping puzzles. I'm debating on that. I made sure Patrick's thing there. Before I room there, jumping puzzle for that. I get to the memory thing. I hate that these don't actually auto do that. From these two, no. Chapel most definitely has one. Actually get the Hierophant card first, and then you do jumping puzzle. There'll also be combat in here too, for that matter. Am I introducing any other collectibles in this room? I think maybe I am. Oh, there is a story bit because you see Bugaboo for the first time. So she will probably say something at you. Or she'll just glare menacingly at you too. That's also possible. I don't know. Sure. This also lets me know what I need to write too. Like I'm just gonna put like whatever's supposed to happen there, and then I'll come up with dialogue later for it. I'm doing dialogue like this. These little ones here. Yeah. Bob meets Patrick. I don't actually know what's going to be said there, if Patrick will even talk, but it's probably better to make a note of it. There might be no real reason for doing a lot of these things like that. We'll make note of that, because this is the point where she sees what amounts to like a Wonderland area after just seeing all this other, like, stuff that has nothing to do with it, and it's like, she's obviously going to be a bit confused by that, I would assume. Maybe not. Maybe she just goes, nah, it's fine. I guess. It's not like it's totally out of the realm of possibility. Oh, the order's going to go something along the lines of this. You won't get the story until after the jumping puzzle, about midway through. So, oops. All right, so we'll move this over here. Isn't planning fun? I'm just going to go ahead and cram all this into here. I'm not sure if I have additional collectibles in there. Sometimes they're missing, like they're too ridiculous. But what I might also do is after you gain access to something and you go back through them, that might be a good time to add something you can only reach if you went back to the room. Which is also something to note. You know? This also tells me everything I need to put everywhere in the entire thing. I still got to design a few rooms. That's true. I need a key thingy. A lot of rooms will have keys in them, not everything. Safari room doesn't actually have a key in it. It's so big you'd think it would, but it doesn't. Technically, you get this key before you fight Patrick. Technically. Is it called Chapel or The Chapel? Might sound like semantics, but it has to be the exact same thing, otherwise it wouldn't work. So just keeping things about the same. So the chapel is that, this thing there, and one additional key at the end. A lot of these rooms seem really packed now that I'm laying them out. They almost seem too packed. Like I was worried they wouldn't have enough content. And now I'm thinking, maybe they have more content than I thought. That's where a branching path is. Could further differentiate these by making them shrinking them into tiny little things too. Macros or something, but I don't want to do that. I want to be able to scroll through here and see every little thing that happens in the game. Only I could add a picture. Is that possible? Um, There are blueprint pictures? Huh? Oh, that's stupid. I don't care. I should be like node pictures. Does this ever get the update? I do want this to be updated. It's still sitting at 5.4. That's unfortunate. I was really hoping. Yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't look like it does. Doesn't look like it does. And maybe it does, but I don't really want to go through every single one of these in the hopes of finding it right now. Interesting. Not really, just comment colors. They probably didn't intend for these like that, but I don't need pictures in these anyway. Because I'm eventually going to put this all in the game design doc too. This is just easier for me to organize where I'm going to put everything, I think. It just makes more sense, I suppose, this way. I've really grown to think in blueprints. It's kind of how it happened lately. It's just, there is no story in here. You will find the Poppet box immediately, so. Oh, I need one for Tinka's paintings as well. That's right. No story in the Holo records. There is a branching path. Possible there might be some sort of thing like that. Does have a jumping puzzle, I guess, of sorts. Oh, I deleted the room thingy. I put a collectible in there. I haven't put too many collectibles around. I just put some memories places, but Reward you from the painting world, I guess. I guess you get a key from her too, but you can buy things. I don't know if I'm putting one in the waiting room. I think that room's already got things to do in it. Doesn't really need additional things to do in it. Maybe there's a collectible in here. I'll put one on the list just in case I decide I want it there. You know, just for funsies. Oh, Records actually does have a collectible in it. When I look at it, there's a lot of collectibles everywhere. I don't know what they're going to be. It might be, I might just have like an extra info that just says all these things too. Maybe. This branches into 2 locations. Actually, less information on that one than I expected. Oh, I need a Tinka painting. I guess having a painting world thingy explains that there's a Tinka painting right there, so it's almost unnecessary. This will just have combat. There's nothing in the first room of it, but for purposes of this, I might as well. I'll just take this one here and add this to it. And delete this one. I can't move that into there. That was the whole point. This is an experiment to see if it's actually really effective or not for what I'm doing. I mean, I think it is, but just for outlaying the entire game. The storage room has 2 keys in it, I think. What's the plan here? I think they're optional keys. You have the kitchen key. Okay. It's not really optional at that point, is it? Do I want you to have to go to this room? I don't think I do. I'd rather not be a room you have to go to. And just there's things to find in it, because having to go every single way means it's just not as exciting. I mean, I want you to explore, not be forced to go the whole thing there. Don't railroad them. I don't think this is going to be here. I think it's going to be like the library key, probably. Yeah. Also, I didn't even call it the kitchen, but you know, I think it's just better. Yeah, the library key, and then I guess the storage key is going to be in here too, so you can go in and out of these rooms easily. Because then this lets you pass between this room and you go up through here. You can get basically over to this room pretty easily. You can also do it technically through the library and then up through here, which is another way to go, but I really want the storage room to be optional, and then I'm going to put some collectibles in it or something. I should probably actually also be placing those. Yeah, I'm real noob. Doing pretty good. I was going through and mind mapping the game for where I wanted everything, because I started realizing that I had no idea I was going to place stuff. I had an idea on some of the stuff, but other stuff I'm just like... Started realizing I had stuff pretty often. Each room is kind of big, so... Also making notes of where I'm going to potentially put story, just maybe Poppet makes a comment, maybe it's important. So I know what I need to write, basically. Like, when would she even talk? Well, memory things, when those are going to be at. Basically, it's my experiment to see if this is like a good way to do it or not. It might not be. It could be absolutely terrible. We'll find out. We'll find out indeed. Yes. That's where the library key is. I almost think that I'm giving out stuff too fast. This is just called a storage room. I think so. Key. There's a hidden key down here. Storage room key, yeah. Yeah. I think here it might not help a huge amount, I think. I kind of have some idea of where things already are, and I'm just slowly kind of, you know, tweaking that. But the thing is, this is supposed to be chapter 1. All the rooms in it. There's going to be, you know, 7 chapters with the final chapter branching depending upon if you kill your friend or not. Who I renamed to Julia. And that's because her name was Violet before, and Charlotte often uses violet light for the curse, so it was confusing. Exactly, yeah. Because I mean, every one of these things here is going to be this huge collection of stuff. I just copy pasted the thing, so I wouldn't have to redo the nodes, so I'll change all the rooms and everything. I don't know what the rooms are going to be like, but if there's like, you know, 15 rooms or something for every one of these chapters, it might be less than some of them, might be more than some of them. That's a lot to keep track of. They did try doing it in notes. Let me see here. I have it. Where I started doing, you know, this type of setup where I just started putting the NPCs, things like that in here. But I think that this way is just, I don't know, it doesn't seem quite as good. Plus, I was only started doing it on there, and I was like, I need to know what, it started with what NPCs, enemies, and things like that I need for each area, because I wanted to see if I had enough of the models and what I wanted to buy for, from the fab sale. So I'm just like, all right. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. It's kind of what I was thinking. I was repositioning things too because, well, might as well. This room is now a trap room. There's not even any combat in this room. Now it's just full of traps instead. I might have those periodically, just dangerous rooms. I started realizing every room had combat, and I'm like, well, why? Why does every room have fighting? I mean, it's cool, like, you know, to have a lot of fighting. I'm not saying it's bad, but does every room have to have combat? Can some rooms just be bizarre monstrosities of, you know, dangerous pits and platforming and stuff? I also decided to get sneaky and hide the thing right by the smoke here, so you can still run by the smoke because you don't die if you don't stay in this. And you can go through here, but you might miss it. So yeah, and what was once an open room now looks not open at all. Kind of like it, just having her be dangerous everywhere. Move the Poppet box on the ground. I think they're all going to be on the ground in the future. Speaking of which, I'm pretty certain I want a Poppet box here, though. That seems highly necessary. With the boss being right there. And then there's a weird Empress plant just stuck in the ground. Want this here. Yeah, exactly. I want every room to be different, and too often I'm starting to realize they were getting very similar. I mean, I guess they're not that similar. I also have a surprising amount of jumping puzzles, too. That's what I was also noticing as I was looking through this. Looking through the various rooms. Just seeing it's like, oh, look, no jumping puzzle there. Optional room, jumping puzzle, double jumping puzzle, maze. Nothing jumping puzzle. Actually, yeah, the painting world might have one like that jumping puzzle, jumping puzzle. That's just wherever it's just platforming, really. Yeah. So I want to also look at these and make certain that it's not in every room, especially when designing the last rooms, especially. And it's just like that's what I'm saying. Like, what these really are gameplay experiences. Which gameplay experiences are in each room? So this way, you know, I have an idea to how to make it not every room. Like not put the same types of collectibles in every room. Not put, you know, a jumping puzzle in every room. Don't always put story in the rooms because it's, you know, a Metroidvania. And, you know, how often do they talk in these games? I mean, it's not that often. A lot of the story bits will literally just be Poppet saying something and she's just walking by because it's some new place. She's make some comment about it. Maybe she doesn't. I guess she doesn't have to. One second. Yeah. This is the non-glamorous thing, the planning phase. Now that I got the dialogue system working and I have a system set up so that Inca can say different things from different paintings. I figured out how to save it. I set up a system where I can just check for if Poppet has a particular string. So I'll just award Poppet with various strings for the conversation. So this way, she won't have to do things twice. And then I can still put the entire saving structure on Poppet. That's what happened is I have like everything reports back to Poppet, and at the start of every level, anything that Poppet's already collected destroys itself. So this way, you know, she can't collect it again. That's only for, you know, the important upgrades. If there's like little crystals all over the place, those are re-collectible. You want to keep farming those things, go nuts. Go nuts. I don't think I'm gonna have them just floating around though. I think you have to destroy things to get them. I mean, it worked for like Zelda and things. I mean, how many times do you just see stuff floating around in Zelda? Usually it's, you know, like, I should say the currency. You don't see the currency floating around. You usually got to break something or kill something for it. So I think I'll go with that strategy instead of just placing them randomly on the level. Then you have a reason to kill stuff or a reason to break things. I don't think the player needs additional reasons to break things. I'm pretty certain they'll break things just because they're there. Maybe they won't, but how many times have you seen a barrel walking by in a game and that barrel was eyeing you crossly and you're like, it's time, barrel. Justice will be served. And that barrel was taken to task. That's right. Completely destroyed. It knows what it did. Like opening a treasure box. See, there's no way they can walk by a treasure box. Oh, impossible. Who cares what's in the treasure box? You gotta open the box. It's important. There's 2 keys in this room, but this room's also optional entirely, so I might even put a collectible in here so you have a reason to go all the way over here. The library is huge. So I think it's going to have a lot of the stuff. The really big rooms probably need a lot of things to do in them, but maybe not. Like I'm just marking that I kind of want one there. Yeah, no, this doesn't need it. This room is tiny. It's already got 2 keys. Maybe it does need. Let me think about this here. Let's say I put one in there. Let's say I move that out of the way here, man. I don't even have a generic collectible thing. I could have collectible boxes here. The thing about these is they can be locked away with a key. Just what I need right in my game, right? More keys. Poppet's the key master at this point. Actually, that's probably more interesting, right? Instead of just putting it somewhere. Well, I guess sometimes it would, but I could also put a key somewhere else in a different room, and then you have to backtrack to find these. But then I dangle the freebie right in front of you. You just can't have it. It's actually kind of mean. They'll just see it, they'll eye it, and they'll be like, yes. Yes, maybe that's what I do. Well, actually, I could hide a key right now. Or not a key, but something else down here. This key is hard to find. So what I really think here... I'm gonna dupe this key real fast here. We're gonna do this as the that'll be the storage key, so I'm moving it. What am I gonna call that? Cabinet. It'll be like any room cabinet key. I think would be about good idea. Because then you know which room it's in, but you at this point they could technically get this key sooner than expected, and they wouldn't know where the cabinet was. I'll put the storage key on the ground back here. You know why? Because in the entire time I've done this room, I have never once walked back in this corner. Never once. I've jumped down here, I've gone through all this whole area, I've wandered through there, but I've never once gone back to this corner. It's bizarrely more hidden than you think. I was like, never in the entire time I've done this have I been back to that corner. That's wild. So I'm going to trust in that to place a key there and be like, yeah, they'll find it. This key is actually kind of hard to find. How do you even get to it? If memory serves, you got to go, oh yeah, it's right here. If you're paying attention, you can actually drop down to here. I forget this key is here. I forgot like every time I've been in this room. Maybe one of the few times where ducking is useful. I gotta make ducking more useful sometimes. It's easy to forget she can, because it has no function in the game. But she can actually duck to get back here and sneak over and get this key. So I also got to make a health upgrade today too. Basically today is placement day, and then I'm going to work on some enemies as well. I want to complete all of the enemies that I need and all the collectibles that I need for this particular for the demo. Basically, that's my goal. Hopefully I get that all the enemies might be a stretch, but at least have all the collectibles and everything placed in locations and everything be ready to go. This room can have more in it, so I'm probably going to sneak stuff in it. All them just sitting here watching. I don't even know why they're all out here, because they're not actually going to be used right now, so they're mostly just staying loaded in memory for no reason other than to stay loaded in memory. Because I didn't H load them or anything. Yeah, because this room I could hide all kinds of dumb crap in. But I'm going to need to rethink how some of these are. Because I made these mushrooms down here like enlargeable. And if that's the case, I really don't want to use other kinds of mushrooms and have them be not interactable. I kind of want every plant to be interactable, except for the giant crap like this, obviously not, but everything else. These would just need to shrink down. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know, they're so big, I think that they might have a limitation if something is that big that you can't change it. This room could go out somewhere too. There's so many spaces to hide things in this game. Anyway, I need the cabinet key. So... nice. That is not what I was expecting, but thank you. Reading room cabinet key. Good geese. All mine. Not yours. I capitalize the words. I might want a different graphic for the cabinet keys. Do I have a different one? Just so it looks like something new to collect. Chip torture devices, key. Cool looking. Which one did I use for the other keys? I like the same key with just a slightly different look to them. Oh, it's lame. I like this key better. Oh my gosh, there's like a million keys. That's cool. That one's all rusted. I hate it. That's a golden key. Maybe I'll put golden keys because they'll seem kind of cool that it's like it'll make it seem more unique than just being yet another key. I have these ones here. Okay, it's not the torture devices one. I guess I didn't look at key 0. Okay, key 0 and the other key. Not super dissimilar, to be completely honest. They're very similar. That one's very sparkly, though. We'll make the very sparkly key the chosen one. That'll bring balance to the gameplay. I figure I'll use these keys then because they represent like an actual real goodie instead of just a new room. That makes them special. Special. What? Wait. Got the other one selected. Dumb. Guess this key's anchor is slightly different. That's right, because I have a new rotation in here, I can't oh, like feisty. I almost want to be kind of smaller too because they're, you know, for a cabinet. I was watching Fox, but now apparently I'm watching Stars. Fair enough. Stars out in the background. I didn't even look at the key. I looked over at the little... I think at the screen like an idiot and collected it. That's probably fine. Just smaller. Alright, so that means in the storage room we're going to have a cabinet room key. Or sorry, the reading room cabinet key. One's already kind of being used. I'm using a lot of the colors already. What's green for? I guess toxic green can be the cabinet keys. Sure. And you can't just add the comment directly to these rooms. You have to actually add the other thing. There's like 3 keys in this room. At that point, there's no need to be a collectible in this room because the 3 keys are in there. And that is the collectible. So I probably want to make the cabinets look different too. Organization is helping a bunch because like I wouldn't have done the cabinet thing. Now I realize the cabinets need to have special keys somewhere. You know, because you're going back through the safari room at that point as an optional way to the library. Actually, I can branch again here because there's 2 ways back. Right? Or you could skip the safari room and instead go the path to the library through the waiting room. Sorry, the Hall of Records. In which case nothing happens. I'm definitely going to start branching the game a lot more so you don't got to do a lot of extra stuff. Or so there's like just additional rooms because I realized things weren't branching very much. They're kind of railroaded and that's not fun. I mean, you got to railroad some, obviously. Otherwise you wouldn't have much of a game, but well, at this point, you have access to the Hierophant, so I can have a Hierophant puzzle. Hierophant jumping puzzle. In Patrick's room, what kind of puzzle is this one? I don't remember. So you leave through a room here. This has no way up. Am I doing a double jump puzzle here? I don't think I am. I think I'm just going to put an Empress plant here. It's one of the Empress plant. I didn't want the rest of this. Apparently it's getting something else as well. Hmm. That's such a great way up. Didn't exist before. Now it's a thing you can do. Right now it's an Empress puzzle. Guess I can also mark that it's outside as well. So I can decide how often the player goes outside. This is a everything puzzle. No, it's not. It's Empress. Like this magician outside. Puzzle. Fire's Empress puzzle. There's actually two Empress jumping puzzles for those people keeping track. One to get the Empress card, and then another one here, which you can do as an optional, which would give you a memory. Okay, so that's a thing. Look at that. Guess I'll compile it at some point. Not that it really matters, it's just text stuff, but sure. I mean, technically this will just be combat. I guess I'll smart combat on these ones here, like the toy maze and everything like that. Because that's what it's going to be, is just combat in that area. There's nothing special to do in there besides combat, so I might as well mark it as that. At least on the way back through. Technically, you pass through the magician room as well. Got all this stuff organized already. Like this, almost the entire demo is now organized. And then I can just get to work on making everything exactly as I want it to be. We'll do this. These are reversed, of course they are. Hey, how did that happen? When you copy paste, I expected it to do that. And then when I moved it, it swapped them. Okay. Not a problem. This is in case I decide to hide something in these rooms that can only be gotten with the jumping thing later, which might happen. Because now that I have plans for exactly what you're going to have in each room and where you locate things, I can be like, okay, well, you picked up the Hierophant in this room, so the next room afterwards, or if you happen to backpedal through a room, I can also just put a Hierophant puzzle way back here randomly. I don't think I'm going to do that to the player yet, but I can't have required puzzles before that though. Required ones are fine. I mean, puzzle is such a maybe an awkward term for it, I think. Kind of a thing that's probably not that necessary to call it that. Because they mostly just activate the Hierophant and then run through an area before it runs out. I guess it's kind of a jumping puzzle when you think about it. And we're at these things here. The library has a whole bunch of crap in it, including a painting. So for library, what else is in the library? I mean, currently there's one memory. That's true. There's a painting, but I don't think I need to mark that. This key is in here. Library key, so maybe the kitchen key can go in here. You know what? You grab this other key for a second. Because now the library and storage key are in here, so I'm gonna worry about that, but I don't want to reposition all this key. I'm just gonna copy paste this particular key to get the look. Instead of the library key, this can be one of the cabinet keys. Just hidden over here for you to grab. Somewhere nice and awkward. Sure. And this cabinet key will be... I haven't named all the cabinets yet, but there's a cabinet over here. Over here's cabinet key. I guess I did a capital on that one, so I guess I'm gonna do them all like that just for purposes of consistency, I suppose. Okay. So it's gonna be collectible in there, but it's locked away. You get it from this room here, the key. So that means there's a collectible in that room. A key in the library. Some of these might get replaced with audio logs for the memory things. I just don't know what I'm going to put. Like some combination of those. It's possible that all the memories will be the audio logs, and then I'll have like Julia just put her random experiences on walls, just paint them places. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Quiet night tonight. Ooh. Okay. And then I'm trying to move out. It's literally in a blueprint. Let's go and just add this to the library thing here. There's no story in the library, I don't think. Oh, that's wrong. There's a painting there. That means that you could be talking to Tinka for some reason. I think there's an NPC in here too, for that matter. Bluesberry will be hidden in here. Really? All those will branch in there. You have a story bit there. Noxious. That's a thing. And technically this is just optional, but whatever. At least now I have his cabinets figured out. Before I didn't really have them figured out, so. I'm probably going to change this from the dining room to something else. I don't know. Like, I just don't think I want to do a kitchen here. Like, if I'm going to do a tea party type of thing, I kind of want to do it in, like, the more Wonderlandy area. Because it fits better. Saying that Wonderlandy, it's more like almost like a Neverland. But it's not like Charlotte eats anyway, so she wouldn't care. Why would there be this whole thing to prepare stuff? And this chapel is just to keep Bugaboo locked away for the most part, what I can tell. This room is worthless, so I don't plan on doing with it. Am I going to use these stairs? That was another idea. I was looking at these stairs as being a potential replacement for the other stairs. I don't hate these other stairs, though, is the thing. But I was trying to go with more of a steampunky look, and, well, you know. Today really is just me trying to lock it down and get this game figured out. Unless someone wants to tour or some sort of, you know, or I get bored and want to do combat. You never know. It's weird that the center for this thing is so far over there. You don't usually see that in packs they actually sell on the marketplace. It's not terrible. I mean, you know, these are pretty big stairs, but stairs are completely miserable in this game. I don't like them one bit. It's also way too tall. True. Maybe we don't lock it. Maybe I can make it more short and squat so it's a little better looking. Maybe not that short and squat, but you know, it's a little lower. I keep seeing that and not realizing it's actually going through the thing. I don't even know if I like these better. I guess to be fair, it's supposed to be a little more steampunky and a little less whatever was going on before. It's not wrong. These stairs are so long. I think this is the width of them, for the most part, yeah. Kinda, is it? Gotta make it wider. Not terrible. I hate that it's way over here, though. That probably works okay. Was it? No. It's not. Oh, like this, it works. Let's test them out. The more steampunk stuff I can fit in the game, the better. Because I really want that to have the very aesthetic of that and everywhere, just a steampunk version of everything. And these things aren't very steampunky. Also, they fit together very weirdly and kind of suck. Not a huge fan. These you can actually just duck on through if you want, I assume. Most certainly can. Oh, I guess when you stand back up it causes problems. You can also do this on these though, right? Can you? Not really. I don't like that. I have to redo these so that they're better collision. They take a long time to get up though, and her sanity drains very fast. But that's okay. You're not really supposed to take the stairs 90% of the time anyway. I gotta go up higher anyway. Okay. Almost might as well be like 7 and 7, right? I just move it out farther. Hard to see without the light on, but even that seems way too big, so it's gonna have to be smaller than that probably. Not much smaller though. 6.8. 0.6. That probably works. I mean, you make certain that it connects. That's what's most important. Lack of connection is yeah. Yeah. That's actually perfect. A little bit weird there, I guess, but not too weird. It fits the steampunk aesthetic way more than these things. And they're easier to stretch and move than these things are, which are not very easy to stretch and move. Cool. Thanks for the free swag. We got it on Fab, so it was free. It's still free right now, actually. It's free as of today. No, yesterday. This is the 4th now. This is a stairway or something like that. Move to the 5th floor. I'm not going to use it anytime soon, but I'm probably going to replace other stairways with it. Or maybe not. I don't even know where I'm doing all those yet, but because when we get to these lower floors, I actually don't even know if it's going to pan out the way I thought it did or not. I just think that these kind of suck, and I'd rather have the middle ones, so I'm going to put them in. These are unsorted anyway. On the first floor. Same thing here. Or I screwed up this floor. It's supposed to have a hole to the basement, and I screwed that up so it doesn't have one. We're gonna need one. Not gotta be perfect. It's kind of a placeholder for reminding myself of stuff. Move to the basement. I call it the basement. Good. In order? Nah, that's okay. My pipe going all the way down to the sub basement. Very important. Okay, so we're gonna replace those there. I don't actually plan on. I don't know what I'm doing with all of them, but I just think it's cooler to have metal everything as opposed to, well, at least metal everything in the steampunk areas. This area carries more steampunk elements to it too, for that matter. But I'm not making the Forbidden Grotto right now. And this area is going to... It does have some steampunk in the form of these. It's not like the worst thing. I might get rid of these though, just because they're so obnoxious to stand on and they have roots everywhere and they're just kind of... Like they're neat and they're crap at the same time. Because of all the detail on them, makes them nearly impossible for Pop to walk on since they're not... they don't move with her, so it's not like real grass or whatever, or real leaves where you would just think it was cool. Nah. Okay, so what else is on there? Oh, what other keys are in the library here as we organize things? Am I putting a goodie box in here? Probably not. This does not need a goodie box. This room now has a blank space that could have a goodie box. That's true. Could have a goodie box. All these are is delayed collectibles, though. Am I excited to have delayed collectibles? I guess I could put a collectible on top of it, too. Right? Because instead of having this shelf, I can just have the goodie box thingy. I don't know if I'm going to have the smoke thing there or not. A trap for it, maybe. So obnoxious to try to place things around this trap. Because it clicks the particles that are considered huge, but you can't even see them. I don't know why particles should be clickable like that. But they are. These kind of hover. Where am I putting the key for this one? I really just want to get everything lined up so that you can just play through the game. Or through the demo. Not with all the extra embellishments, I mean all the things to make it look better, the tool tips, the better menu, none of that. Not with all that, just play through it. As it would play without that, just assuming you already know what you're doing, because I already do. I can worry about adding in tooltips and story bits later, but I can just put like story here, story here, story here for each thing, and that'll be good enough. Until I, write each individual thing that's said in these areas. I could put it after. You're already going here and getting these. So that's a thing. I want something you can only reach with the magician. You think about that. I think I'm going to put like an extras thing instead of like collectibles, memories, and all that. I'm just going to write extras and put what's in it. And have like a 9 million extra thingies. I'm starting to think about also because there's like books I could have, paintings. Well, paintings are relevant to keep track of because they let you travel to a whole other area. What am I going to use to lock this off so that you can't reach it? Anything involving the magician would get the job done. I could have like a a file cabinet, but those are pretty big. And if you wanted it, you would have to go probably back around to get it. But that's okay, because when you go get this key, it's actually very easy to just continue around and get it. So it's not like they're not going super far out of their way for it. I think that's acceptable. Hmm. The problem with this is there's no space for it. What I have that can act as what I need here. Or it can be a Hierophant puzzle. Could be a Hierophant puzzle. All right, let's move this back because it's so easy to click on everything. Even the placement of this is a little awkward. But to make the jump a little more feasible, I have it here. Otherwise, you know, it'd be pretty hard. This could intentionally be too far over. I'm already giving out the Magician key in here. If that's the case, let's grab the Magician key and drop it in front of Tinka so I know to do it later. Oh, organization. This needs to go here. I don't really care about its positioning. I'm not going to leave it there. What keys are here? A library key from here as well? That seems odd. I have the library key here. I put it in a different room. I do have this place to keep track of too. Like, you could get something from this place, so I might move some things around or get additional things, like some of the extra keys could be gotten from here. But I put the library key over in over here. I'm pretty certain I'm going to move the dining room and the kitchen to a lower area. I don't think it's going to be on this floor. I don't want them here, I don't think. I don't even know what to put in them. I think it's been my problem. I'm trying to figure it out for a while, and it's like, there was supposed to be a boss in there that was, you know, some weird, you know, kitchen type of, or some like cook type of voodoo doll, but it was like 3 rooms after Patrick. It was so fast for a boss. It's just like, man, this is just boss rush mode here. 6 rooms per boss, since I think 6 to 7 is where I want it to be, because the rooms are so big. And even though with the Patrick one, though, you were actually you were going through, no, actually it's 4 rooms, because you were actually going through one side of like the toy maze, barely any portion of the magician room. You went through the full chapel, and then you went through the Hall of Records room and fought him in like the dining room right after that. So it's like 4 rooms to get to him. It's like, this is gonna have the Hierophant puzzle. I want to add a Hierophant jumping puzzle here. The safari room. This is to remind myself it needs to have one. I don't know what I'm locking behind it though. Probably a collectible. There's already a memory in the library. There's nothing in the storage room, so maybe I'll just put like collectible and then what it is. I think I like that idea better than having like memory this, like that, because there's going to be a lot of collectibles, and I really don't want to copy paste 9 million of these things. So I think I'll just start doing that. Full memory. Just to make my life a little bit easier. There's not going to be any story in here, so I can just go ahead and get rid of this extra thingy, extra node here, and it just connects up like this. Oh, this would definitely have to be like we'll call it an audio log or something like that. It's the Hall of Records. You would think that if there was ever a place for an audio log, the Hall of Records would make a lot of sense. Also, the library would almost certainly have an audio log. That would make sense. There's another key in the library as well. I'll go through and place all these in a bit. I just want to know what I need to place. Don't need the library key here, so we can get rid of that. She hands out the Safari key now, I'm pretty certain. I don't even need the Safari key there. She hands out as part of her dialogue now. Right? Let me double check. I did make a dialogue thing last weekend. No, previous weekend. Yep. With that being the case, I can get rid of this other crappy thing. Don't need that. She might sell various keys. I might just do the ones there. Or she might have upgrades. I have no idea what she's going to sell exactly. She'll probably have like one of random things. Just randomly have them. Like a Zelda style shop, I need to make that as well. Not a bad idea. I'm going to make it where she just gives out this key right now. Let me bring up a dialogue. Um, oh, what am I doing? Those. Key. All right, so that's AC dialogue. What we're gonna do is do another switch on here. Gun string here. First trip. The second trip. This will be a reward if you happen to go in here that just lets you bypass a door in the other area that you don't have to get the key. You could still play the game without getting the key, but as a reward for coming to the painting world for the first time, Tinka will give you the key. It opens up the magician door so you can save yourself going back and forth if you fall or something obnoxious like that. It just saves time. I don't need the perfect dialogue here. Since I'm just going to change it later, but batch copy these, smart. People do this. I would set up like this. I brought this other person's dialogue, so I'm still trying to remember how he decided to set it. Oh, actually. Just be able to do this and go like this, and then second visit. This is just to make certain it works. That. I'll make a bunch of things here. I'll just do things. I don't really care. I mostly just need to make certain it works. Beyond that, I don't super care about what goes on in the dialogue. As long as she gives out this key, the game can be beaten. Well, actually, she doesn't have to give out this key. The game can be beat without this key. But in the interest of having the key, let's see. Oh, I know. Wait. Yeah, well, the painting world. Oh. No. Actually, we'll default to this. I don't need the first strip there because it's not actually default to that. I could actually set it to default to that if I want. As long as it works. Different. We go to this. This dialogue has to be used by every one of the paintings and her in this world, so it has to be. Um, uh, I guess I can technically just do this, ram this into here. For 30 seconds so I can actually find it later. And we'll see if it actually does what it's supposed to. I don't see why it would not do this, but okay. But you never know. Sometimes things are weird. 0-0. Okay. Oh, I know. I think I know. Oh, that's for the options. That's fair. Um, I do it on the other one. This other one works fine. Just a single one there. Yeah, it should be perfectly good. Make array, sure. Like I must have an end dialogue somewhere in here that I'm missing. It's like this fails somehow. Oh, I didn't connect things up. Dumb. Now I know those two nodes should be super glued together. Oh, it's actually running a quick ad break. Well, I'm gonna go refresh my drink and now use Restroom Fest Pro. So let's see, does this here, I was gonna test it, and then the ad break happened, and I was like, perfect time. Water seems good. It doesn't play the item noise. I guess I can play the item noise. I guess it doesn't have to. Okay, so that gives that key out. Instead of having just, you know, keys randomly there. So you can come here and do that. She gives you an option to do that. I almost need a special dialogue for purposes of sorry. For purposes of just walking around, I guess. Or even like the intro thingy like that. I don't know on that one. Just slowly figuring out how I'm going to do everything as I go. So that's part of how this planning thing works, because if I just try to do everything at once without actually planning it out, I'll just forget things. It's just too many things to think about. Just judging by the number of nodes in there, like what collectibles am I going to have specifically? If I have like memories, like for like, you know, Julia's memories, and I have like, you know, the toy maker's audio logs or whatever they are. Maybe they're just notes. And then I have, you know, upgrades for each of the stats. And then probably a crystal thingy so you can upgrade the abilities. The question also becomes is, do I let you pay to upgrade abilities, or do I make it so that you have to buy them from various people who will, like, you know, it's like, oh, they have this, they'll give it to you, or you buy it from Annie instead. Well, having things to buy is, I think, more fun than and find is more fun than just a crappy upgrade thingy, right? I mean, because then it's just farm until you find a certain number of whatever MacGuffin, then go into your status menu and upgrade something. You get to pick, I guess. So it'd be like a damage upgrade or something like that, whatever each of the levels is. And I guess it would show up on the thingy, but I don't know. I need a way to increase damage, I think. Yeah, I do. Otherwise, it would be, by the end, anything from the beginning would do nothing and it would be pointless. I do need a way to increase damage. Do I give you new abilities later for them then, or is it just increased damage or increased numbers? Like, does the Fool just start out with its super and all these things like that? I mean, I guess that's kind of cool, but finding the super is more interesting, I think, than just starting with it. And I don't want to have it use pay to upgrade. I think I want it to be a currency that you find things, like, you know, coins or something like that around the world. Maybe I take gems out of the equation, or maybe I just make it gems, not coins. Or granted, toy coins, or well, I guess toy gems could also be just as realistic for a giant toy place, so either one would be fine. Be funny if it was like doll parts. Be a weird thing. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really like the systems where you just collect X thing, farming it in order to do that. I think I'd rather you have to find something. If it's buying it from a shop, so be it. But it's a Metroidvania. You should have to find the upgrades. Or find the person who sells you the upgrade or something, as opposed to just paying for it. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Then it comes down to, I guess I have to have upgrades for the things, like a power upgrade. Which is going to mean that in the menu, I'm going to have a thing that explains each of the power upgrades or what they currently are, or just shows the next upgrades. Or I can just make the upgrade say what it does and then just display the current stats of each thing in there. I don't really plan on changing the various looks of each of the thingies per level. That would be a very tall order, I think, for just me. I could make it where there's you pick which thing gets upgraded when you find the various thingies too. Like I could have an upgrade thingy that you just push the thing and you use it on one of the various things. I could actually have like a Forge Master character who has like, you know, a forge for your weapons or something like that, or the various tarots. Or even like, it would actually be a Forge Master so much that it would probably be like a tarot reader, like a little fortune teller you could find. Then upgrade your tarot cards by, you know, you bringing her stuff. I kind of like that. It'd be my own version of a blacksmith. Hmm. Hmm. All right. All right. I'm liking this idea. I'm liking this idea. I need more NPCs anyway. That's true. Maybe I'll use that weird doll. Um, is it Crystal? Which one is which? Oh, yeah, this one. Maybe I'll use this as my fortune teller. She seems creepy enough, like she would upgrade my tarot cards. Right? Anyone? Maybe? And I can bring back a character from the RPG Maker version, like Fortuna, the fortune teller lady. They actually had a matching game you could play with the tarot cards in that, which seemed like a lot of effort to program for not being particularly useful. It was actually probably more fun than half the game. Okay, I like this idea. I'd want to give her out first before I gave out like Boozeberry. Because you don't really need a battle arena. Not yet. But a thing that lets you upgrade your tarot cards is probably fairly necessary. It'll just be what MacGuffin do you bring to do it. Or maybe you bring it to her to upgrade your tarot cards. Bring her like crystals or something. That could be what you do instead of going into a menu. That's kind of cool. I mean, not many games let you upgrade from the menu anyway, right? Unless it's like a Devil May Cry, or of course, you know, Alice Madness Returns did, any of those kinds of games. But those aren't Metroidvanias. Those are adventure games, action games, or whatever you want to call it. The distinction being that you really don't backtrack in them ever. You just kind of go forward, following a story. You never need to get anything to open anywhere for the most part. Sure. All right, let's make a new one. So I will need her for the demo then. I might change her name from Fortuna, but Fortuna looked pretty freaking weird when I made her in the other one too. It's conceivable I could actually use the actual look I had for her too. I did have a look for her, so it's possible I don't use this character, and I could use the other one that I had. The other one was kind of a creepy fun. I'll have to see. It's possible I might swap this one around, but for purposes of testing, I'm going to leave it as this and then maybe change it. She does look cool. I do like her, so that does kind of make me want to use this character. I don't have anything for her yet, so yeah. I think the NPCs being really unique looking is also pretty good. Some of them I'm just going to sit there and retool the stuff on them. I just take like a normal character and then one of the enemies and change them up a little bit probably because I only have so many models, but maybe not. Also, I mean, there's versions of her that don't have all the parts to it, so you can actually, you know, have broken versions of her and everything like that too, which might be good. Also, the all-important hat that Poppet can wear. This is necessary. Poppet can get her very own hat. And since Poppet is now a hat fiend, because guess I've become kind of a hat fiend, it has to be. Has to be. First off. Oh. Mad break. Fair enough. Huh. I don't know how our animations end up in the demo thingy, but it goes really fast. I probably want the head look thingy on basically all of them. I probably should have just copied that. It's stupid not to. Do I want that? Is she just idle with her arms standing there? Is that what she does? Oh, she looks very, very brutish though. Drag her onto the thingy. How big is she? Probably not that big. Any of the things you can rescue would be kind of tiny. I should got Bill carry him. Really? That's the problem. Are you not valid? Oh, I know. You can copy a blend space. What's the information for the blend space? So I can just do it really fast. One D, sure. Animation, blend space. Cancel that. Animation, blend space, 1D. Make it easy on myself. Oh, that's right. I like these because you get to tap as BS. BS movement, I guess. It's fine. And then on this, another grid division. I like snap to grid. Yeah, that's all it really was. And we just put the idle here. Walk here. And run here. And because it's on snap to grid, I don't have anything special. Not the most ideal stance for it, but I don't care about that. Oh, missing one thing. Because, you know, I'll put in different animations later. Make the BS movement. I gotta copy some stuff out of this one too. Not all that. Yeah, for the begin play, I wanted to do this. I could have just copy pasted the getting actor. Yep. Perfect. Place that with that. Dump this right here. Oops, sorry, I gotta create a variable. Create a variable. And then also on this thing here, I need to do one last thing. It was speed, right? Something like that. Yeah, ground speed. Sure. Take a look. See what we have going on here. Not ideal, but I made her slightly larger. Going on here? Show message on that. Almost forgot. Kept a lot of these things here just because of the all the code that they already set up for it, so I didn't have to change things. Could make my own. Sure. Honestly, might be faster to do that. And half the things use different skeletons anyway, so it's not like it's gaining me much by doing that, because, you know, can't even recycle a lot of animations. Alright, so grab her. I guess I start allowing you to upgrade weapons right on here. So instead of having Boozeberry here, how big is Fortuna going to be? I mean, probably like Poppet sized almost, right? So you can see her. I don't hate this idea. I'm okay with everything so far on there. What's the point of having a cool model if you can't even see it? Important. She probably needs the code to look at me too. No, you. Like savable, I think is can be saved. Off to the painting world to plan this out here. I could expand the painting world up. They don't have to be next to each other. So I almost think the stairs should actually be at the end there. Almost seems like it's just a better location. Okay, how are we gonna make her the home too? Because you're gonna rescue her, so you need to give her a home. Annie's on is there. We got that figured out. Um, well, when I don't know, just start building, right? So I could recycle the same type of building. Do I want to recycle the same type of building? I mean, this one seems uniquely like that. You could have a little cemetery. Yeah, cool. Okay, okay. I think I'm cooking on this one. I have some cemetery stuff. I just give her a little chapel too, but the problem with these is they're not going to be very interesting on the inside, I imagine. I should probably make one myself. Yeah, there's nothing on the inside. Well, I guess technically there could have been, but they blocked it. Like a fog gate or something. What's that collision look like on this thing? Hmm. Sure. Take a look at this level and see what they did on it. Get a little inspiration for my fortune teller who lives in a cemetery. Mm-hmm. I thought I opened the level. Did it open that fast? I have questions. No world partition. And what is this map? It's a nothing burger. Weird. Thanks, I hate it. Huh. Very awkward levels. Just like, I just want to see what they were using. They use the Halloween stuff though too. Make it more fun. Like little toy stuff. So you could have a little mushroom house. Nah. That sounds awkward. It's just loading this file. Seems like it take forever. I just wanted to look at it. There we go. That looks like a level. That's kind of neat looking. Oh, it's just off in the abyss, huh? Like, I don't hate being off in the abyss. See, this is where you fight Dracula. I'm just saying. I mean, to be fair, that is a cool image. It's not wrong. It's cool. Also, they did the trick with the smoke too, though theirs looks more like, you know, a disgusting stain on the thing than something very exciting. Also, the freaking abyss down here, skybox mesh. Huh. I like down here because it's kind of cool. But I think I can do better on the other map anyway. And they just used rock. That wasn't even ground for this. So just this stuff here, whatever it is, just a plane. Would it be cool if she had a little place like this with like tarot cards in front of it? Maybe. Be kind of cool. It'd obviously be way smaller, I think. Maybe. Because this would be like the same size as Tinka's stairs, and we don't want that. Oh my gosh, Dark Souls boss. Hell yes, this looks just like a Dark Souls thingy. Only it's not Dark Souls, it's my game. Or you instead find all kinds of weird crap. Those leaves are cool. Floaty leaves? What is this effect? And has? It definitely has if you can find where it comes from. Just like, weird floaty leaves. Off in the abyss. Oh, I collect it. Petals flying. Ooh. I kind of like the other cemetery idea. I could just steal a bunch of the stuff from this and build a level right out of it. Not wrong. Boring, though. Boring indeed. This is a neat effect, though. Really shows you how big this area is when you see this effect here, and this effect is like tiny by comparison. And maybe I'll listen to the cemetery. I could see it. Like that. Bones? We put it on the level. All that. Go by that plane really fast. Just so I don't have to figure out what mesh that was using. I love when people's tutorial thingies do generate things like that. What's this? It's just a trim thingy. Browse to this, please. Oh, it's got floors. I guess I don't need the rock. Or I kind of want the, creepy tree type of setup. I came looking for this plane. I see. Fog. Oh, I see. I actually just wanted the actual ground. Is it rock? Is that what it is I'm staring at? A plane. Has to be. An unclickable plane. Stupid fog. Oh my gosh, is this just individual dirt? Holy crap. They literally just made this out of garbage. So we ain't doing that. That's just a lot of effort to make dirt. Oh, it's cool the way they did it, but man, no wonder there's over 2,000 assets in this tiny little area. Those look kind of sick though. You be that though. Stairs don't go any. Maybe they do go somewhere. There's a secret level in here. Oh my god. I was getting really excited. There was going to be some sort of path I was just going to follow. I thought it really just went off into this craziness, and I was like, oh my god, this level is so deceiving. It doesn't do that. Yeah. There's no way to Dracula's castle. Okay. You know, I could build it here while staring at these things, and then I can just directly zoom to the various things that I think are cool in the asset thingy, so I don't gotta find them. Could just do the chapel too. I kind of want to go in the building, so it's kind of lame to not go in the buildings. I'm gonna go back to the other level. Don't bother. I actually have another thing I can do besides the cemetery as well. I do kind of like the cemetery idea quite a bit. Actually, look at the other options here. You kind of like the idea of a cemetery, though. I have a stylized graveyard. No, I didn't keep 90% of that. Price didn't look very good. Why is this even still here? The coffin thing? Is this even in the game? Yes. Does this get used by anything? I say I don't use terrain anymore. I got rid of landscapes because they break all the time, thus making them pretty inferior. I would not recommend their usage if you can avoid it. There's the watermills where I could build a creepy little underground place. No, I like a cemetery better. It just seems more fitting for what I would expect out of her. Hmm. Can I keep the fortune telling table in here? I didn't. I assume she would have like a little table in front of her and like a chair or something, and then some sort of like a seance type of setup. Why not narrow here? Is that forward? Guess so. Doesn't seem very forward. I guess to be fair, she's been rotated like 180, so I'm gonna rotate this 180 just so I have an idea of what I'm building. And then I'll just build as I'm looking at it from the front. That'll give me a better idea of what I'm trying to build too. I think I built the cemetery thing. I think it's just fits the look of the character. Guess I'll double check it out the extra stuff that's cool. Oh, there's the stylized thingy. Do I want to use a stylized village for this? I kind of get the feeling I don't. But it would look more like a little toy. Not wrong. You could like have these in here instead. That's huge. Something along these lines. I'll check that map out too, see what it has as far as looks too. I mean, she looks more like she stepped out of Dark Souls than anything else, so I kind of wonder if I should give her more of that look. Like how stylish, I mean, this is like a little toy world, so having little toy versions of everything is probably more fitting. That's kind of the argument here, is just where on the spectrum of realism we aiming for here. Well, not realism, but realistic versus stylized. Usually for the toys, though, I tend to want to be a little more geared towards not that realistic, but this just seems too far off, I think. Yeah, I'd rather she live in a creepy cemetery. There is a cemetery in this. It's like right here. But all these things look kind of jank. Well, what am I doing? I have an idea. You can just put the character here and see how she looks amongst all this crap. See if I think she would fit or just look weird. Probably more weird than fitting it. These tombstones they're not it. They're just not it. I get that they look like a cheap toy. And that isn't terrible. But beyond that, just don't think I'm seeing it. Okay, I just want to click this and move one over next to her to see how it would look. Yeah, that just looks crap next to her. Barely looks tolerable next to Poppet. And even then, I'd say it looks kind of like crap next to her, too. Yeah, okay, I ain't feeling this. Alright, well, now we know we're going with the cemetery one. I like some things from there. I think some of it looks cool, but that's some of it. Go back to the old cemetery and add things in. Build pieces of the chapel. Well, well, well. Now see that. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Let's get to building. F this stuff here. Gonna look good. Never looks good. Why are you blocking my stuff, bro? Oh, that's huge. Huge mungus. Huh. And the problem really comes down to I want to be able to go inside this building and not have this crap in the way. Whoever made this, they should feel bad for having put that to block my thing off. Okay. Apparently, because the seam root is so high, it resizes all these ones to. Oh, never mind. It was just based on the other thing. It actually makes these huge. I guess I gotta build it like this, and then make it larger later. I think. Otherwise, this fence is unnaturally big. No, it's just unnaturally big anyway. Who decided these things? Okay. Well, I don't know why this thing's unnaturally big, but it gotta be. Okay, well that one's for some reason this one is actually a weird size. All the other ones are like different, but not that one. That one is I guess that's technically the different one. I guess if I put all these on the same thing, technically that will. I mean, that's why it's different. And they both gotta be a 0.3. This way I'll be able to move everything. And instead of resizing all these, I'll just make things 1 and 1. I can resize this to the 0.3 and save myself a lot of time and effort. Or not. I take back everything I said because of the way it does it. It would reposition them, whatever. I gotta compile. I don't. It's right here. I think I brought the fence a lot closer than this. Are you gonna go inside of her building or not? I think is the question. If she sits outside of the building, she could just sit in a cemetery with a table and a chair and do tarot cards and not have a building. That's true. for the particle effect. Oh, maybe we'll do that. I'm just going to position it like this and then just do one at a time on that. Honestly, I kind of just want to have two of these because they have like a weird symbol on them. And run this up to the corner here. That's probably what's happening. Okay, you can't do that. You have to duplicate it. These like posts in the center or something. How does it even match then? Because the other ones have a great thingy along the bottom. I think it fits the way you want it to in these. That'll be fine. She'll have like a little graveyard like this. I'll probably make it about this big. Back to the rocks there. Put her in the center of it. Put a bunch of graves there like that. I kind of want to put the tarots out there so you can just click the tarot to upgrade them. Instead of having a shop menu. Ooh. Basically, I'm trying to avoid shop menus because it's just one more thing there that I don't even have regular inventory or anything like that. So it's I'd want to have upgrades, but purchasable by just simply clicking a thing and getting it, as opposed to some ridiculous shop menu that just seems highly unnecessary. What I am doing. I gotta admit, this fence fits very poorly together, which makes me kind of not want to use this one. It was the stylized graveyard I was using earlier, which was halfway in between what I wanted. Well, that sucks. I'll have to put something at the end of these just to make it even work. because of the fact that there is a like an empty space in there. True. Also, this cathedral. This is mostly interior, though. Not an exterior thing. I don't know why this Wild West thing. I don't think I'm gonna use it. It's like the tavern thing. I'm probably not using. I'll keep adding things and see if I can get one something I like. As it is now, I don't like what's happening particularly because the fencing sucks. For a graveyard, it feels like a cardinal sin, but whatever. That new scene. Like a mud pie. This is how that is. Add that directly. It does. Oops. Wow. That one's huge. Oh, undo. Undo? Don't make it a root. Why is this one ginormous? Okay, this method's terrible. Gonna be here all day positioning a bunch of trash on the ground? I don't think so. See like instant grass in this thing. I probably want to make a special thing for it. Or disable. I don't want it to stick out too far, but I kind of do want it to be almost like a square. It's true. I mean, I'll change the grass up at the end of it. I'm gonna switch to the better strategy of get it done as opposed to whatever the hell the other thing was supposed to be, because the other thing was just not working. I just put the little road spline around it and everything like that instead of using the crappy church thing. I could look in tombstones for this. There's so many questions. Actually, nah, let's do this here. By 18, I just want a border for where it's supposed to be. That's why I have at least some idea of the plan with it. As it is now, it's just no. Just no. Trying to get inspired. What is going on with these? How come when I move them over, they move at different things? Negative 650. Okay. Oops, you cannot alt drag. This is most definitely not how it works in a blueprint. It's really just so I can summon it places. Have it look all. Well, I can just have it do things, honestly. It's fine, because I'm just gonna make some changes anyway in a second. Its location, so I don't really care. Only problem is I have to end it with one of these things or it's gonna look weird. We'll have a hole. That makes a slight issue here on what I plan on doing with the other. We'll see what I can come up with to fix that. The metal fence was pretty lame. That was always I could just do that. Just do 20. I don't know why she has all these leaves floating around, but sure, whatever. It's actually stuck in the wall. Like way bigger than I think it is. This will probably work. If she's going to act as the upgrader for all these things, then I probably want to have it where she's got a lot of space. Also splined it. I thought about using the broken wood thingy that I use for splining a thing. Didn't work for one blueprint. You got to pull the spline into there, and then it stays how it was and causes some problems. You pull actors into a blueprint like that. I get it works okay sometimes, but it has some issues. Not a huge fan of how that works out. Thing's in dire need of an end. What else I got in here? The coffins. I don't know if I'm gonna put the coffins in there per se. I mean, I might put each of the graves might be where the tarot cards are. Maybe she just lives in the little cemetery and she's kind of a nice little place for it because she just likes it. A new scene. Oh, it's the graves. In case I want to move them all around. You never know. Just give her a chapel. Holy God, it's huge. Or that would look better to just have a chapel there or not. Since you can't go inside it. I guess I could look at my other cemetery stuff. Maybe I have something better than this crap. I almost wanted to have a little witch hut or something. Not this, because this is nightmarishly awful. I think it looks too big. Man. Everything about this one thing is not what I want it to look like. Curious. Oh, it's one of these. Gotta enable it so it shows both sides. These suck because they're designed to be moved from one direction and that's it. So you're never gonna be able to go inside it. Man, I'm just disappointed with this pack in every conceivable way. When you're hunting for an aesthetic and it just isn't there. This is that aesthetic. It just ain't there. Hey, this is the one I was using, and I think it's probably better. Oops, I made a lot over there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not feeling that one. Double check. All right, graveyard. Cemetery stylized, things like that. Sounds like the stylized cemetery. I mean, that one just sucks. It just reminds me like of Dark Souls, and that looks wrong for this game. There's nothing wrong with Dark Souls, but there's everything wrong with it for this. I guess there's just nothing playful about it. Like I'm looking for like almost like a playful evil type of thing, or like, you know, it's just this just looks just too serious. It's like, you know, if someone made a DreamWorks thingy and then, you know, halfway through it, it just suddenly became, you know, not animated, but just a real actual movie. Feels wrong. Feels very wrong. You playing? But I click play. Didn't I? Oh. Don't use whatever garbage thing you were using. Thank you. If I just copy paste this whole little section in there, it already looks way better for what I was aiming for. I don't put this many candles. But I honestly think this will fit much better for what I'm doing than the other. Something about it just looks, I don't know, better. It's a little landscape to put it on too. I have an idea. Mm-hmm. Perfect. I plan to add my own lamps, but do not wish to have he said, I think I can just lift the whole thing. Like, so much of this is group actors anyway. I'll just lift it into a thing and then I'll just change things around to be what I want. As opposed to what I was doing. I don't need a post-process volume, thank you, no. Oh, well, don't delete that yet. I'm gonna need that for a second. It just made a quick landscape. Sure. But I can't pull the landscape into there, so I'm gonna have to do my own thingy. Yeah. It's like 800 actors though. Would you really want to do all that? Have my own chains if I really want. Honestly, I just kind of like this. Interesting setup. That doesn't work. Well, it almost kind of does, actually. It looks just quite a little bit weird, though. What I could do, though, on the cube is start putting 4 plates down. To make these larger. Or just clone this. I actually think these should be higher up, too. And being somewhat decisive. Usually a good time that I should work on something else when I'm being this indecisive about something that should be not that bad, you know? Shouldn't take that much time and effort to figure out. I still probably want some sort of a grass somewhere, right? That's weird. I can use this like a pathway through here. Yeah, like they should be smaller. You just had the wrong name. Doesn't super matter, but you know. Gotta make something interesting. Part of the purpose of this is so I can just browse directly to the things by seeing it in the world. And take a bit of inspiration. You know? You can always change it later. I'm probably going to remove that crap fence. It's just the end problem. I don't have a good answer for that. Not even sure I want those in there. Plus, like I say, it looks kind of crap. Very Dark Soulsy. I don't like it. These don't gotta be too perfect. Close enough gets the job done. And so there might be some stairs or something to build up to, that she goes up to get to it. I may create a shop system too, I don't know. Feels a bit unnecessary when you don't have a lot of equipment to buy, you just have like specialized items. So making all the menu system and everything for a shop system that you're not really going to be selling a huge amount with seems kind of bizarre. It's not like the worst thing you could do with your time, but it's a bit strange. Well, aren't you just huge? There's a gate too. Why does the fence have... Oh, never mind, I shrunk it down. And where did it go? Actually, this kind of helps. I could have a thingy in the way, but this looks too real. Yeah, see, look at how like those look way more realistic than these things here. But else, everything's just kind of... I don't know. Just don't like it. Fence is huge. Why is it huge? A broken fence there? Is that what I want? Or I just want a normal fence that works? How about these and they have a gate? For some reason it's marked as huge. But if I have a gate thing, then I can actually have them like open and have it look normal. I want all this to become visible if you've rescued her, so it's easier if it's just one thing that does it. Should just be a plane, actually. I go back to having the grass plane there as a holder. And eventually it'll become something better, I imagine. Probably. Maybe. I almost want to have a little table there though. Like an actual just even know. Rethinking my cemetery idea, I didn't even like it. Full character had no plan. I might just leave it for the moment. I also need to pull this up some. With the theory being that I'll come up with something better later, because I clearly don't have a good idea for it. If I had a good idea, I would have already done it. I'm gonna leave off it for the moment. Clearly my brain does not have a good answer. Um, I guess I could just use it off the collectible. That, I do need the AC dialogue things. I'll keep popping around into the door. Might need to interact in a second. I don't need the toy prison. Need her. I need the smoke trap. I was gonna make a voodoo cultist, so these are gonna be a thing later. Keep my storyboard because I'm still kind of using this gazebo doors. I'm not even sure if they're going to keep them. So how do I start a dialogue on these? API interact. This should already have interact on it probably, but we'll double check. Most certainly does not. Dialogue here. Dialogues. Yeah, whatever. Um, Um, open the dialog for this. Wanted. Okay. I was just being lazy so I could recycle a bunch of stuff here. Make text or something, I think is what it's called. This work. Andy's has, I think, the code I was looking for. Saw it in his example on how to do it. Trying to put variables into text. And I'm pretty certain I've done this before. I totally have. Where did I do it before? I remind myself of this node. Just append. That's what it is. Okay, so and I can need 90% of this crap. This way I basically make it item. It's a mini shop of exactly one thing. It offers you to basically buy itself. I could just use the interface like that. Get owner. Um, Am I doing one type of currency for everything? Probably. Is there a need to have multiple currency types? Well, if I do multiple currency types, then I can make it where you can use the 4 minor types of things. You can collect those and get something, I guess, for those. Hmm. Super quiet night tonight. That's fair. Super quiet night tonight. Oh, use those or not. On the one hand, if I use those, I get maybe I'll just make the memories those instead. I don't know if I want to make them upgrade things. I might just make it where you just buy upgrades for stuff. Or buy power-ups for the things. You could farm for it if you want. Hmm. Probably easier than making all the cards. And then what would differentiate the various, the cards? I guess the cards could be upgrades for um, just the tarot stuff. And then I gotta decide which tarot upgrades what. Maybe I limit the number of upgrades, or maybe I just say, hey, you can buy them, and I just make them more and more expensive. You can focus on the one you like best. Probably easier. Um, Cost type, I guess. This will be a string, I guess. I think that's everything I want. I guess But I don't have a variable amount of effect anymore. I don't care about that effect or anything like that. So I just think that that's probably all I need. All right, go back to here. What do I call it? Already forgotten. Get item info. There. Wait. This is all backwards. One of his outputs. Try that in type. Item name. Cost type. Sure. This is the shop one. Sure. The item cost. Instance editable. Very important. Then for the interfaces here, get item info. Sure. Wait. Just to double check, I called them gems, right? Which I think I have a can I afford this? I do. I did 105. The thing about structs is they are incredibly slow. And the more you nest them, the more you get stuck using C instead of not C. Yeah, there's actually I rated a guy, and he was redoing his whole project. Like 5 or 6 months of work, he said, because he was nesting structs. And apparently he said it was like 99% faster in C++. I don't know C++, maybe he's right. But it was a thing where it's like, oh, okay, well, plus. PDA, what does PDA stand for? Goodness knows there's maybe, I don't know. I don't know how I would change it, because all these go to various things that are supposed to be done, so it's like I could just make them like little smaller things if I want. Maybe. Most cases it's just all the stuff in the game and what it does, so I don't really know why I'd want to put it in some sort of specific other thing like that, because this tells them what they need to do in each of the different functions it leads to and stuff, as opposed to not doing that. I mean, there's so many ways to do these things, of course, you know. I mean, is my way the best way? Probably not. 9 times out of 10, I'd say it's probably not. Let's get stuff done. I've also learned doing programming long enough that There's always a better way, there's always a more efficient, but if you can constantly chase down the most efficient thing there, you never ever get the project done. Was the old quote, you know, it's like you take a programmer, what, you know, could have been done in 2 days, can now be done in 2 weeks because the programmer made it more efficient. Like it took 2 weeks to get to there. At the end, it's better, but the 2 weeks to get there, you know, kind of things. Of course, of course. That was actually what I was doing. My computer wants to agree with me here for some reason. We just didn't lag down today, apparently. Population me. Okay, it was just loading crap. So anyway. The game's called Poppet Quest. And a steampunk game. This crazy city around it and all that. He plays a woman who was killed. Her name is Poppet. She's a doll, and her soul was put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Windsor Wonders toy store. However, the place is cursed, and all the toys come to life at night because of that curse. It also powers them all, so if she tries to leave the building, she'll just fall over. She doesn't really power her anymore, so she's trying to find a way out of it. The basic gist of it. Let me put down a nav mesh real fast. One does not leave a nav mesh active unless one hates their life. Yeah. I'll make a big one. Probably need to be this big, but whatever. Okay. You want to build a navigation here? Okay, go ahead. Works for me. Crap open here. Okay. Oh, my computer's been running for a while. It's the closer I get to about 5 hours, the more the lag is. So this is Poppet. And this is their dodge. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness. Thanks. If you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which lets you use all your abilities for the most part. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die. Or if you go back to the light, you get your sanity back, but you don't regain the curse power. So you have to actually go between the dark and the light in order to do things. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. This one's the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. This is the insanity effect for the longer you stay in the dark. As you can see, the insanity will get pretty bad if you stay in the dark too long. I don't play with upgraded stats, so later on you'll be able to upgrade your stats and have it take longer to happen, but... This is the Empress. It's basically Bomberman for all intents and purposes. You make mushrooms, and as soon as they hit 10, they can be detonated by anyone nearby, you or them. It hits everyone nearby, so if you're nearby, sucks to be you, you know? However, there's a healing version too, which does the exact opposite. It heals you and anyone else who's nearby. Go off. For some reason they're just being lazy today and not really chasing after me. I wonder why. Must have set their distance too low. This has become my new favorite weapon, even though it's arguably not always the most effective. It can be really terrible against bosses because you just start healing the boss every time you heal yourself. Or if you're not nearby, you didn't heal yourself all. You can just heal whoever triggers it. Maybe I'll make some enemies that can be healed to death. Be kind of fun. I guess there's a print text somewhere in there. Oh, thanks. So the Empress has another effect, as all the tarot cards do. It can also grow and bring plants. This is the bouncy couch. It's fun because it's a bouncy couch. Just cuz. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. I went to 5.5. Megalights and I were pretty much meant to be together. I mean, my game's all about, you know, being in the dark or the light, so right off the bat, I decided hard mode for my game mechanics. And the game's like only like maybe 20% done. It's not even that optimized, to be honest. I'll also wait for it to come back. Buy some sanity, well. Or I can jump down here like an idiot. Good job, me. Oh yeah, Megalights is everything I've ever wanted in life. It's so good. I can't agree. It grew? Okay. Apparently it's a little finicky. Well, I did say it was about 20% done in the game. I'm trying to get it done by next October. You know, because this kind of game would be the kind of game you want to release during Halloween. In theory. I mean, you could release it any time, but Halloween would be better. That's right. Screw light maps, screw everything involved with all the other stuff. Heck, Lumen wasn't even very good until Megalights came along and fixed it. Obviously, I have the load distance set kind of low for testing at the moment, but yeah, the Magician manipulates objects in the environment, such as opening windows, picking up small objects, turning on lights. Fun stuff like that. Boing, boing. I guess the key is not here. Did I already save having it? Fair enough. There's supposed to be a key there, but I think I have a save file right now where I have it. Or not. One moment. For some reason, this one key has been having problems. And I don't know why. They're all using the exact same code. But for some reason, this one key doesn't like me. Every other key works. I copy pasted the key, changed the names, changed the door out. But I think I just had a crap save file. Or not. Okay, I'm just going to bypass the door. I have no idea why that would be a thing, but it was literally working earlier. I tested it at the start of the stream and fixed the problem. It's not working. Maybe I need to rebuild the H load. Whatever, I can bypass the door. It doesn't matter. The actual full tour of the game takes about an hour and a half now. It just gets longer and longer. The Strength Tarot is just double jump at the moment. Not my favorite. It's fine, but... Also, we must grow the pumpkin because it smiles. I just liked it because it smiles. Alright. Onward. I will turn this one on too. Get away from this, Patrick. That did not work so hot. It's a fun weapon, but it is kind of... not the best yet. So the magician can also pick up objects and throw them. Which does hurt the enemy. Apparently it's broken too. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, there's a bug with it where you can actually cause it to do a whole bunch of damage. I don't know how to stop that yet. It shouldn't do that kind of damage. It should actually just do a smaller amount of damage. He's got multiple phases. You're just sliding over there? Okay, cool. He spits things. He'll summon minions to help him in the second phase. This is like the first boss guy, so he's not the coolest, but he gets stuff. Also photobomb from the menu if you want. Explosions and things. I'll make it so you can save these later and name them. Just for fun. A lot of damage. Just leave me alone. Might need up to damage this weapon, honestly. Part of the why I said the game's only like 20% done is there's no balance on things for the most part. Plays okay, but he probably doesn't need this many hits to kill him. He's supposed to be the first boss. I remember jumping and hitting his teeth actually causes damage. I guess I'm healing him by accident. Oh well. Heal me too, I suppose. Oh, sure, invincibility frames. Ow. I'll beat up. Yep, all the healing from that. I gotta make it adjust his bar as soon as he gets healed too. Which I didn't do. Yep, that was Patrick. Might as well heal myself up. Well, technically there's a save box, so I guess I don't really have to heal myself up, but you know, whatever. How did you end up over here? There's breakable pots in the game too. Oh yeah, there's like an instant kill mechanic too if you're because there's a 14-year-old ghost who haunts the place. If you stay by the darkness too long, she'll occasionally try to grab you. And then vanish back into the darkness. I set it to be pretty slow, just so you'd have a better chance. But I guess there's no save point here. I took it out. That's fair. So the magician can also do things like open doors, uses platforms. No idea if you're still watching, but if you are, there's I usually have a lot of like secret ways to go places and everything. I love secrets. Breakable stuff here. My new favorite thing is to hit these things across the street. Gotta get them by here first, and then you can hit them across the street. Because of the multiplier. Wow. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? That one went. Didn't really get across the street with that one. Very sad. I do a shorter stream tonight. Sometimes I do a full 8 hours, but I work 8 hours a day as well. Actually, a lot of times I do a full 8 hours. Like streaming. Sometimes 11. Oh my god, I did that earlier. Like that Monday or something. I was like, oh, was that yesterday? I did 11 hours. 19-hour day. I'm like, oh good. It might have been Monday. Yep. I have areas that are designed for toys and areas that are designed for people, so half the fun is going in between them. I guess I have double jump right now because I picked it up even though I shouldn't have it here. Weird haunted books, just because. There were a lot of girls who were killed and all their souls were put into dolls, except for one of them. She ended up in a painting instead. Or like in all the paintings, she just kind of haunts them. And so one of the mechanics is she lets you travel between those to like a liminal space. It's like a painting world that connects all the paintings. And you can also rescue toys by throwing them in here. Yep, this is Tinka. One of the many characters I made. I made most of the female characters. I didn't make many of the others, but I do actually have a dialogue system, but the dialogue's not like finalized or anything, it's just in here. Yeah, when you rescue a toy, they open up little shops here. This is my Amazon ripoff. Might just have her door be open. In case you want to talk to the little imp here. I guess I technically don't have the keys unlocked for that. Fair enough. Yeah, I got that going on. Oh, the collectible gem had some problems. Yeah, whatever. Not trying to solve that at the moment. Yeah, if you want to see more, I'll keep going. Don't know if you're still actually watching it or not. If you are, I will show you more stuff. After that ad break, let's just start it. I'll be right back. Anyway. I still don't know how to do this one. Definitely not going to involve all this dishware crap, though. I don't know how hard it is to manipulate these. Because of that thing nearby. Yeah, I may do a shorter stream tonight. As exciting as it is sometimes, I'm just like, don't injure your neck and back. It tends to cause health problems that just kind of suck. Seems to be not on the ground. Actually, only ran like a portion of the tour all night. I think I ran like 25% of a tour tonight. Usually I run, the tour multiple times a night. I think yesterday I ran like 2 hours of the tour. Tour guide. Very exciting. I was trying to make a shop item. That's what I was doing. Yeah. Maybe I will call it for tonight. Say, I've been feeling that great. Health problems suck. Don't injure your back and neck. It's been like 5 hours. Not like it's a shorter stream. But, yeah. So, I'll say bye to YouTube first. Just a lot of people going there right now anyway. And then I'll